Ras, the sponsors, ensuring that they support well for this tournament. He's trying to get off the strike, Jatinder, but unable to do so. End of the over. A splendid over coming in from Kumara. 2 overs gone, it's 10 for none. KP on strike. Oh, look at that. He's steaming in and not letting the batsman settle.
Pretty good pace, and not sure whether the ball was really there to be hit because it was slightly on the off stump. So lucky once again, probably not to have got an edge. This is some very good, serious fast bowling that we are seeing now from the Sri Lankan opening bowlers.
Again, wanted to play it on the onside. Completely misjudged this delivery. Kashyap Prajapati.
Probably off the bat, yes. There was no signal from the umpire, so definitely took an edge. What's the total you think Oman should have in mind?
This wicket is good for 160. Jati trying to be cheeky. Doesn't help.
That is one of his favorite shots, and he probably needs to look at executing it, provided the ball is maybe slightly outside the leg stump. Picking up a ball on the middle probably will not be a great idea. Concentrating hard. And he needs to, because of the kind of pace that is being generated.
Big Yorker, big shout. And the ball was maybe pitching down the leg side.
Almost lucky for him, he decided to go back. Some great action in the first 3 overs.
This time in the slot, and this one has been hit handsomely. One bounce into the fence. Great effort there, but in vain. That will be a boundary. Umpires just checking with the fielder there, getting confirmations, and the umpire signals a 4.
Lovely shot, great pickup, and that obviously is one of his favorite shots. Anything on the leg side, shot, and lovely, beautifully pulled for 4.
As you mentioned, one of his favorite shots. See him do that time and again. Great effort there. The ball had already bounced outside the boundary.
Slightly late effort, but nevertheless. Jatinder had to pay the price. The first wicket gone. The score at the end of the 3rd over, 15 for 1.
Opened his stumps. You miss, I hit. That's the story. And that is the end of a runs he made of 12 deliveries. Clean bowled by Binura Fernando. First wicket down for Oman. That a wild heave there. Kashyap Prajapati. Need to understand, he's facing a quality Sri Lankan side. Cannot be taking these chances. Was there an edge though? As the ball did move in. Look at that sheepish smile from Kashyap. Looks like he might just have edged it.
Probably because definitely there was a slight deviation. And once again, Lahiru has played 24 matches, has picked up 29 wickets at an economy of 8.3.
Goalkeepers save. Brilliantly done.
And obviously he's happy with his effort, so clearly the smile shows.
Sri Lankan football side. You need a goalkeeper. Just for part-time basis. He's not leaving the Sri Lankan cricket side though.
The team needs him now.
They're running for the one quickly and they do it comfortably.
Well judged. Early call. Good response from Akib as well. So to the 160 that we are talking about, which will be a competitive total.
Bat turned in his hand. Get a single nonetheless.
And clearly there's enough pace obviously. And Kumar has really bowled well. Hardly given any room. Just 3 runs in his second over.
Stings when that happens. Playing a fast bowler. The bat suddenly turns in your hand. Thing that goes from the handle all the way to your elbow. And it stays for a while.
It's also a good wake-up call.
Picked up. Beautifully in the gap, in the cow corner, and that will be a boundary. Kashyap Prajapati.
As we said, leg side, anything that's on the leg stump. Clearly an opportunity for them to go for the shot. Beautifully picked up for 4.
It is full, down the leg, and taken good advantage of. The man from Gujarat, Kashyap Prajapati. Spent some time here in the Sultanate of Oman. Played domestic cricket, qualified. Again a fuller length, but this time picked it up from the off stump line. Get a single, get off strike, and that will be the end of the over. 4 overs gone, it's 23 for 1.
The second T20, Oman versus Sri Lanka, coming to you live from Oman Cricket Academy at Al Amirat. Sri Lanka winning the toss and opting to field first. Oman at the end of the fourth over, 23 for 1. Losing Satinder, trying to play a cheeky shot. Got bowled.
Looks like there will be a change in bowling. There'll be some spin attack coming in early on within the power play. Slightly short. No damage done. spinner, extremely important to know where your right length is. Mahesh Theekshana, 27 matches, 22 wickets, an economy of 5.65. Now that is gold. All right, in the slot, uppishly played. And look at that. The umpires raising their hands. The first 6 of the innings, 18-6 overall.
That takes his average slightly up from 5.65, but wonderfully executed shot. Obviously within the power play, so no fielder outside the circle, so that gives an opportunity for him to free his arms, but beautifully picked up for a 6.
Kashyap Prajapati, 15 of 13 with that 6. Sensibly done there. That length is the length. You're teasing and tempting the batsman to come on the front foot, but at the same time not close enough to him to free his arms. Putting up the batter in 2 minds. Flip in position for him now.
And also probably the captain giving Mahesh an opportunity to try and see how he bowls within the power play, just in case.
This time, maximum again. 2 sixes in this over. Picked it up handsomely. Kashyap Prajapati, you beauty.
Probably the experiment not really working. And Oman has picked up 2 glorious 6s in this over. Beautifully swept for a 6.
Again, erring in length, I would say, a little bit. Enough time, Prajapati. Get underneath the ball and pick it up beautifully.
Clearly the pressure back on Mahesh. And what can we expect? Does he go for another shot? Or does he say, fine, I've already picked up 12?
Well, that have come in this over. Come in form of 2 sixes. It's been .6, .6. The next one be a dot.
Mathematically, yes. And dot it is, probably a loud appeal.
Shandimal was excited, was interested, questioning the umpire till the very end. Mahesh ran after the ball after a faint appeal. Alright, so where all can you watch this game? Sony 10 in India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, 10 Sports in Pakistan, Free Sports in UK, Crick Live in UAE, and if you're going online, we'll tell you where to watch it. Punched it down, we'll get a single, and that will be the end of the 5th over. 5 overs gone, it's 36 for 1 Oman.
.36 for 1 at the end of the 5th over, and there is a change in commentary. Neil makes his way, and a warm welcome to Suhas. Welcome, Suhas, to the comment box. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Sundaram. That little pause tells you what fills that pause.
Pace back once again, gentle outswing. There's enough pace, and it's quite exciting to see a lot of pace being generated.
Yes, the carry has been excellent today, isn't it? The crowd's also loving every moment of it. Lots of fans for Sri Lanka turning up. And Oman also getting due support. Shamika Pereira in 29 games is picked up a 4 for once. This could be a start of another. This has gone only high. Is this the first wicket for Chamika? He's underneath it himself. He takes it. The roar of the lion tells you everything about the importance of the wicket. It's Kashyap Kumar Prajapati.
He has judged the catch beautifully. It went up high in the air. And sometime back at the start, we saw the moon crater look like it's actually going to touch the moon and come down. It went up high. He kept his eyes on the ball and took the catch beautifully. What a great catch. Not easy at all.
Man who got a start has thrown it away. 22 of 19, Kashyap Kumar Prajapati. More sixes and fours in this little innings of his. Oman have lost their second for 36 on the board.
I think it was too early for him to go for the shot. Yes, it was on the right length, but unfortunately he just skied. Couldn't get the distance. A lot of elevation, but back to the bowler. What a wonderful catch.
At number 4, Zishan Maqsood. He scored it at a time that his team very good delivery from Chamika Karunaratne. Not only has he picked up a wicket, he's keeping things tight thereafter. He's given nothing away in this over so far. Sports Eye match ball contest. Who has scored the maximum runs for Sri Lanka in ICC T20 World Cup? If you know the answer, well, subscribe to youtube.com/sportseye and answer the question in the comment section box of the live broadcast of this particular game. One lucky winner will win the signed match ball by whosoever is the man of the match.
Great opportunity.
There's a hint of movement.
I think all the bowlers have really kept the length and line very, very tight, except the 2 sixes. The previous over, bowling has been very, very effective.
Those 2 sixes just tell you the importance of that wicket for Sri Lanka. 2 new men at the crease.
And within the power play. So I think it's important that there's some sense in batting.
He's thrown his bat at it, and it's got a lot of bat behind this one.
Gets a 6. Obviously not listening to what I was saying. Just went for the shot. But yes, got a 6. Although the fielder made all the effort to catch it. But by the time could make an attempt.
Here's Bhanuka Rajapaksa.
Oh,
It took it a little easy, I felt. Suddenly realized, oops, the boundary rope's nearby.
he had stayed on the boundary line. He pretty much had a very, very good chance.
It's something that they practice day in and day out, especially at this level, isn't it? Rajapaksa will not be a happy man at the moment. He's called for 2 right away because there's a lot of real estate to cover on the leg side. And 2 it shall be because the throw is very, very wide. For a moment, even Akib thought 3 is on offer, but Zishan Maqsood was running only one way, that is towards the side screen.
Absolutely.
6 overs gone. Eventful indeed this over. 44 for 2 Oman.
Let's quickly look at the highlights of the power play.
This is how the first 6 overs have panned out. Magnificent hitting. And then this shot has been evading Jatinder for a while. Sometimes it's the keeper who ends the story of his innings. Sometimes it's the wicket, and beautiful shots from Kashyap Prajapati. Just when he thought he's got to move on. Skied this one. Chamika Karunaratne nicely underneath it. And Akib Ilyas taking that bouncer on and giving Rajapaksa a run for his money. In the end, it cleared Rajapaksa.
End of the power play. Oman 44 for 2. Ishan. Very strong reputation. Firecracker at the top of the order.
What a delivery first up. Zishan Maqsood. Well, he's still got to get settled. Welcome Maqsood is written all over that ball.
Dragging him out. And he definitely has a reputation of probably one of the best players of spin bowling. The Oman side.
Little bit of turn. Young Tikshana. Utilizes his height to full extent. That's the Tikshana.
It's important for him to come back strong. First over.
Absolutely, and he's known for good comebacks in his spells. Remember Abu Dhabi T10, man of the match in the final. That was against Delhi Bulls. Again, he's keeping it very flat.
I think definitely after the first over when he was trying to give a little bit of an air and went for 2 sixes. Has not given much air. Bowling stump to stump. Once again.
Stump to stump is one chapter of the book of spin bowling when it comes to T20 cricket, isn't it?
Not much not much opportunity given by the bowler himself to try and see if there is any spin at all.
Very good stop. He stopped at least 2, if not more.
Brilliant effort. The moment gives a little bit of a width. Akib doesn't miss out on an opportunity and try and see if he can do a late cut. Gets it right, but then should have been slightly. Probably could have got him a couple of runs. Fully well fielded.
It was Bhanukar Rajapaksa, this time inside the 30-yard circle. He's allowed the ball to turn and then put it away in the gap. Will not have enough fuel to reach the fence, of course. 2 more runs added to the tally. It's a shot that will make Zishan Maqsood feel much better. Out of all the shots he's offered so far, this one was the best.
48 for 2 after 7.
Jatinder Singh went for 5, trying a shot that's been troubling him for a while. Kashyap Prajapati gets a start, but then skies one straight up in the air. A very good catch by Chamika of his own bowling. Akib Ilyas is still out there along with his skipper, Zishan Maqsood.
Okay.
Sri Lanka is known to have a lot of magicians with the ball in hand, especially spinners. Here is one such. Very good stop. Pathum Nisanka. The call was for a single only. If it had gone past Nisanka, wasn't to be.
Really, after the first couple of overs, Sri Lanka relying a lot more on the spin.
Yes, and Akila Dhananjay also doing exactly what Tikshana was doing.
A very good chance of going for a boundary.
Will be a single. Avishka there in the deep. Absolutely, they're cutting down on boundaries as well after having picked up early wickets. Sri Lanka. Ake moves on to a runner ball 10. He hasn't taken time to get going today. That's one positive for Yes, that's one positive for Oman.
Absolutely, because what they really don't want is losing flurry of wickets.
Well, all the batsmen decided not to listen to you. That's sailing for six.
So maybe if Oman wants to hit a 6, I should suggest a lot more partnership and stable innings.
Excellent shot. Picking up the length early, depositing that into the stands. Akila Dhananjaya misses his mark. Zishan doesn't miss out on the opportunity.
He's known to be a great player of spin bowling and clearly showing why. And beautifully swept for a 6.
What champions do is they come back. We've seen Akila Dhananjaya come back from some of the brutal assaults when batsmen like Pollard were after him.
It's important for Zishan to make sure that he doesn't.
A 55 on the board now for Oman. The half century coming in superb style. Broadcasters and streaming partners: Sony 10 India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, 10 Sports if you're watching it from Pakistan, Free Sports in the UK, Crick Live from the UAE, and streaming partners youtube.com. Oh, that's beautifully hit.
6 more.
Inside out, he's just exploring new areas of interest. Zishan Maqsood. The Oman flags flying high. He's turned it around in 2 deliveries. First on the leg side, then this one even more stylish, inside out. And that's a delivery which will be greeted. That shot will be greeted in the dugout.
And what was interesting to see there is that both the Sri Lankan and the Oman flag was flying at the same time next to each other. So some good spirit going on.
Finishes with a dot ball, but gives away 13 in the over. Middle part of the over dismantled by Zishan Maqsood. 8 was gone. Oman 61 for 2. That was there to be driven. He's called for 2, and 2 it shall be.
We'll try a slower one for a Yorker length.
Eight of the first 3 then. The crowd swelling. A sports-time match ball contest. Who has scored maximum runs for Sri Lanka in ICC T20 World Cup? You know the answer? Subscribe to the man of the match. And that one lucky winner might be you.
On the leg side, they did nicely for a single.
Change in pace as well.
Yes, I think he's mixing it up nicely. He realizes that, you know, if he keeps bowling the same pace, there is every opportunity for these 2 batsmen to go for the shots.
Every time it's been pitch short, Aqib Ilyas has taken the bowler on.
Once again, the ball was there to be hit, and there's no way Aqib was going to miss out. Gets on the boundary. 14 of the over. 9 gone, 75 for 2.
Was a good try by the fielder in Dasun Shanaka. By the time the ball reached the
Quickly looking at the bowling card. Fernando, 2 overs, 9 runs for 1 and picked up a wicket. Lahiru, 2 overs for 8 runs. Mahesh, 2 overs, 17 runs. Shamika, 2 overs, 22 runs and picked up a wicket. Akila, again quite expensive, gave away 13 for 1 over that he has bowled. 75 for 2 after 9.
Ikshana will continue. That's the miscued shot. Will that yield a wicket? Would be a difficult catch. It's pulled off. What a magical catch it is. The team will swarm towards the fielder. Why wouldn't they? The moment of magic that Sri Lanka require has come by.
And Sri Lanka so badly needed that wicket. And that has only been possible because of this wonderful athletic fielding and a great catch.
Captain setting an example on the field. And that shall mean the captain of Oman will depart. 16 of 8 for Zishan Maqsood. And his departure would mean Ayaan Khan will come to the middle. Another lefty.
Oh, badly Sri Lanka needed that wicket because Zishan is known to be very good batsman against spin bowling. And rescued that shot. But full credit to the fielder. And I think the scoreboard
Added in that scorecard. Saying yes, the wicket belongs to Tikshana, but a part of it also belongs to the fielder. Ayaan Khan's the new man in.
and in fact not just, probably a lot of credit will go to the fielder. What a brilliant sight it is for anyone watching this game live. Magnificent catch.
Tikshana ensuring that the angles are in his favor and not the batsman's.
Oh. I know.
75 for 3 in the 10th over.
They're getting there quickly too. Should be a single, and that's all it is. A successful over so far. A wicket and just a single.
Absolutely imperative that Akib stays there. Got a good start. On 25 of 18. And Ayaan needs to give him company. There is still a long way to go. We're just about halfway through. And important that both these batsmen keep building.
Ow!
Troubled Ayaan. The first one just went on with the angle and went quickly too.
Some great support from the crowd. Sri Lankan spectators beating the drums.
Oh, ball, Maya.
Quite a festive atmosphere here.
Every time Sri Lanka play, and no matter where they play, it is festive atmosphere. Every cricket game is a festival in itself then. It's a reason to come together. It's a reason to celebrate with one cause. Ayaan Khan's danced out. That will fall short. There was a split-second decision that Avishka Fernando had to make, whether to go for the catch or take it on the bounce. He chose the latter. Is Tikshna thinking that's half a wicket for me again? 10 overs gone, 77 for 3. Jatinder Singh went for 5 today, playing a shot that he's not been getting for a while from the middle of this bat. Kashyap Prajapati guide up in the air. A brilliant catch, but Chamika saw the end of his innings. Archibilias playing well for 25. Zishan Maqsood got the toe end of the bat and the ball went straight up in the air. A fantastic catch by Binura. And Mahesh Tikshna got that wicket. And what the wicket did was bring Ayaan Khan to the middle. 5 bowlers used so far by Sri Lanka. Binura Fernando has picked up 1 wicket, but essentially he's picked up more than that because of that catch, isn't it? Lahiri Sudesh Kumara still waiting for the first scalp. Mahesh Tikshna picks up 1. Shamika Karunaratne, what a fantastic catch that was. Went straight up in the air and went very, very high. Had to gather momentum to get there and then pick up a beautiful catch. Akila Dhananjaya has bowled 1 over and was very expensive.
Important for Akila to probably come back because definitely like to prove a point or two here. Game coming to you live from Oman Cricket Academy at Al Amirat, Sri Lanka. This evening winning the toss and putting Oman into bat. Oman in the 10 overs was 77 for 3.
The onus is on Archibilias at the moment.
Couldn't agree more with you. I think these two batsmen again need to probably carry the momentum, not give away, not throw the wickets. Definitely a 160 looks probable.
Then it was gone, 77 for 3. As soon as starts off well, Kumara. Over to Neil, who's got someone very, very special to talk to. The keeper was interested, bowler wasn't.
Down the leg side, definitely clipping his pads. Let's go back to Neil.
The game between Sri Lanka and host Oman. With me is the man who matters the most, the birthday boy, the chairman of Oman Cricket, Mr. Pankaj Khimji. Good evening.
Good evening, guys. How are you? Welcome back home.
Thank you so much. I love that statement. Welcome back home. It's absolutely our home. We love being here. Now, birthday celebrations, how have they been so far?
All pushed back to after November. nothing comes between the World Cup and where we are today. So until the World Cup is not over, all celebrations can wait.
Brilliant. Would love to join that celebration come the World Cup. Tell me, how's the preparation going on 1 week to the start of the World Cup?
I think we're pretty much on autopilot from now on. I think most of the contractors, most of the stakeholders have delivered well within their prescribed time. I'm very pleased to say that the team that we put on, the project management, the project development, the project coordination, have been absolutely fantastic. To see 2,000 plus people today in the stands is just testimony to that effect. And we've got a brilliant north stand that is looking very good, and hopefully tomorrow we will start putting in the seats into the corporate boxes. So that should be ready as well. So in all practical terms, we are ready.
Brilliant. Now, World Cup with just about a week away, how's the confidence of the boys looking up?
The way they're playing at the moment, and the way they played against Sri Lanka 2 days ago, and the way they played yesterday against Bangladesh, I think we will definitely want to make a statement.
We would love to see this team flying down to the UAE to play the second round.
We're going to UAE.
I love that confidence. I love this confidence of yours. Now where we're standing today, just on the brink of the World Cup. Tell me, come November and post that, what are the plans of Oman cricket? Spill some beans today.
See, we've got so much going. Papua New Guinea, USA, and UAE. The boys will be doing some fair bit of traveling, and we are qualifying for the 2023 World Cup in India. So currently at exactly halfway stage. We've got to play 36 games over 24 months and plus 30 months. We've played 18 games. We're topping the tables. So I'm hoping that we will maintain our lead and our table, rank. And I think another next 5-6 games will definitely ensure that the top three, that we are within the top three who would automatically qualify for the World Cup.
21 sorted. Getting into the next round will confirm 22. And then 23 on cards. Oman cricket definitely looking upwards.
Yeah, so if we go to Dubai, UAE, in this particular format, then we automatically qualify for the 22 October World Cup T20 in Australia. Another few months and we will have probably confirmed that we're going to the 2023 ODI World Cup. Now that's going to be a big one, because that is not it's not for small boys anymore. It's the big boys game. So we get into the big boys league once we get into the ODI World Cup. So I'm looking forward to that.
Definitely, we all are looking forward to that. One last word to the world that's watching us play live as our boys in red.
Oman, the team is definitely made Oman as a country very proud. It's whoever says that cricket is only a sport, that's not right. Cricket is a global connector, and with Oman cricket, if we've achieved a small fraction of our 2040 vision for Oman by putting Oman on the minds of the people, then we've achieved a big task. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that was Mr. Pankaj Khimji, the chairman of Oman Cricket. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Back to the comms then. will walk back.
Yes, the Yorker had to be absolutely pinpointed. That's what it was. Khushi playing a nothing shot in the end. You miss, I hit. Khushi's equation was simple. Lahiru strikes again. Khushi's gone 6 of 2. They needed more big hits from him, Oman. Wasn't to be today. $141 for 5 in 17.2. Ayan Khan struggling. Goals come to the middle. It's Naseem Khushi walking back who had just hit a 6. Game's nicely poised for Sri Lanka to claw their way back in and stop this assault.
Well, this is their time. This is their opportunity. A new man in and a man who's been a little sluggish.
God's looking only at gaps. It doesn't matter. Brilliant stop by the fielder. God's thinking that's a boundary that's been stolen away from me. That's such a good stop in the end. Lahiru is getting what he's requiring from the fielders.
It was way too close to cut, but he waited for the ball, played it very late, but that effort, absolutely worthy of everything that one could put on field.
Commitment today has been incredible. Yes, there was a drop catch of Lahiru Kumara. No, Rajapaksa rather, of Dasun Shanaka's bowling. Yes, the balls were popping out once they reached the ball, the Sri Lankan fielders. On the field, if it's not been a catching opportunity, some of the good stops we've seen today have been really, really incredible indeed. He's got him. He's only seeing the base of the stumps, not the batsman. Ayan Khan's misery has come to an end.
He was struggling. Every single run that came to him was something that he had to struggle for. And eventually, the good old Yorker comes into play. He's taken 2 of those, 2 Yorkers, absolutely on the money. He would be practicing with a boot there on the line and getting it right every single time. Ayan Khan walks back.
There might be a congratulatory call from one of the greats of Sri Lanka, Malinga, today. Ayan Khan, 20 or 26. He was putting pressure on the other batsmen as well.
Nadeem on strike. A full toss to start with. And a cheeky single directed. And the umpire raises his finger. Sri Lanka coming back strong and how. This is the over that is changing everything. The dynamics have changed. The game that was swaying in favor of Oman, all of a sudden in that one over, it looks like the cyclone has hit the Oman cricket team and it's favoring now going in favor of Sri Lanka.
Scattered at either ends. Stumps scattered at either ends in the span of 2 balls. And 2 wickets. Lahiru knew that the direct hit was required. Nadeem is finding 22 yards to look like 100 now.
Mohammad Nadeem going on a duck in the very first delivery. A while back, just a while back, the scores looked so completely different. 142 for 4 and now 142 for 7.
We were talking about Sri Lanka clawing their way back into the game. No, they're roaring their way back into this. Just when the assault was required from Oman, 2 new men at the crease, wickets falling galore. This has been the over which has turned it around for Sri Lanka. The momentum with the Lankan Lions. Oman trying to build some momentum, get a good finish, and will Sandeep God be the man for them?
Everything has changed in span of 5 deliveries.
That's in the gap. That will fetch Sandeep Gaur his first boundary and will calm the nerves of everyone in the dugout in red.
Beautiful boundary there. There had to be an anticlimax, and this was it. Right in the gap. 4 runs, 1 bounce into the fence. And that'll be the end of this over. 18 gone, it's 146 for 7. Ahmed Fayaz Butt, 7 matches, 57 runs, 2 sixes. Not much can be expected. All you have to do is rotate strike. There you go, there you go.
Had that been a direct hit, Fayaz Butt would have walked. Sandeep Gaur would have instructed him, just put bat to ball, I'll do the running first. Expect me to call.
Well, that's what it is, eventually. All right, your time to win a signed match ball by the man of the match of today's game. Subscribe to the YouTube channel of Sports Eye and answer the question. Who has scored maximum runs for Sri Lanka in the ICC T20 World Cup? Go ahead, youtube.com/sportseye. Slower one. In the hands of the fielder, and they'll go for the single. They don't want to run for the overthrows. No need.
This is the business end of the game for Oman. With the bat in hand, Sandeep Gaur has to farm the strike. Gets on strike. Can he make a difference? Now, who scored the maximum runs for Sri Lanka in ICC T20 World Cup? The question's simple. All you got to do is go to the comment section of youtube.com/sportseye, subscribe to it, and there you will get to win the signed ball by the man of the match if you get the right answer. That's only gone high, but will fall safe. Oman are thanking stars at the moment. They're thanking their stars. Sandeep Gaur wanted to go inside out once again. Probably trusted the toe end too much.
Landed right in the center of the Bermuda Triangle. 3 fielders running in. Lucky, Sandeep. Shamika. He's been expensive today. He's taken for runs. Has picked up 2 big wickets. Crucial moments. Wide outside the off stump. Goes for it. Fayaz gets a single, brings Sandeep on strike, and that's exactly what he has to do. That's his job. That's his brief. The memos come in. Fayaz, all you have to do is get the ball onto the bat, get a single. That's it.
Sandeep Gaur, will he be targeting inside out once again? The area is open. Anything over extra cover can grant him a boundary if it's hit well enough. Or will he go mid-wicket? He's flirted with the wide line, but that's all right. Chamika Karunaratne. It's been good exhibition of death bowling. 3 singles in the over and a couple of dot balls. A miserly Karunaratne doing it for his side.
Current run rate just under 8. Was skirting above 8.2. These 2 overs have done the damage. Full toss over the fielder and into the fence. That's a boundary.
Much needed boundary for Sandeep Gaur, and Oman will bring some momentum. And Oman reach the psychological 150 as well with that boundary. This time, a little jump, but wasn't good enough and just couldn't do much about it. The fielder, he had the elevation, Sandeep Gaur, and gets a boundary for himself and his side. 19 overs, 153 for 7. Well, Fayaz picking up a single first ball would mean Sandeep getting to face the 5 deliveries of the over. Do you think that'll be the plan? Or will Fayaz also go for the big shot? And in case if the ball's in the gap, they'll pick up a single. Your thoughts?
Take the single, get Ahmed, Fayaz should take the single and bring Sandeep on strike. Because that's a simple mathematics. We've seen Sandeep God going for the big ones. He's able to connect them. Simple. You don't need to be the hero. You can be the hero by taking the single.
Sometimes a hero is born at the non-striker's end as well, is what Neil's suggesting. And might not be a bad idea because Shanaka has been superb so far. Yes, the singles come by. Strap onto your seatbelts. He's a little dejected. He thinks that could have been a boundary because it was a poor delivery according to him. Angled in, not much protection on offer despite that shot, fine leg in place. He thinks would have got the elevation for a boundary.
Well, I mean, he has the muscle to do it. If that connection was clean, maybe all that power would have taken the ball over the fence. But then timing is imperative.
Shanaka has just put out that in big bold letters, I will not provide pace. You take power from your side. Sandeep Gauds had hit it in the air. Will fall safe again. They've gone back for 2. And it's at the right end, the throw. But that throw will be a little innocuous as Sandeep has made it in the end. 12 of 6. Just the innings that Sandeep wanted to play. He's doing that.
That's right. What was really interesting was that after hitting that ball skywards, he ran the first one hard. Wasn't bothered at all if the catch would have been taken. Completed the first one. The intent was that if the fielder cannot reach it, I want to reach the non-striker's end. Absolute smart thinking there by Sandeep.
That will be a wide delivery. Sandeep was looking at the umpire for a moment. Wanted the arms to spread and they did. It'll be one for the over as well. So Shanaka has been robbed of one of his important arsenal weapon from his arsenal. Really no chance for Sandeep God.
Not a very tall fellow, Sandeep. And when you bowl that shot to him, cross seam delivery coming up. Sandeep steps down, straight to the fielder. Fayaz but sent back. Good piece of fielding. Fayaz had all intentions to go for that single. A good call, I reckon, by Sandeep. Want to make good of the remainder of the deliveries. 3 more to come.
Sandeep wasn't in a great position to play that stroke either, isn't it? The width that he had manufactured was dying on him. Oh, he's got the height! But not the distance. No, it's a good catch. It's a very good catch from Avishka. Excellent boundary awareness and a remarkable effort to have thrown the ball. Did not depend on the nearest fielder to take that ball. Decided to do it all by himself, Avishka Fernando. It took some magic to send back Sandeep God. Sri Lanka are proving very, very professional for Oman towards the end of their innings.
Look at that. He landed well, and then the moment he thought he's losing balance, threw the ball back up in the air and comfortably took that catch. Look at that there. Very safe. Very, very safe. Well done and great camera work there.
Right, it's a matter of inches, and that's when you thank the camera person, isn't it? It's a matter of inches, this game. A matter of 2 feet for Sandeep God to have got that 6.
You get a single there. Fayaz, and now that brings Kalimullah on strike.
Kalimullah. He's got 2 deliveries.
Where is this delivery going? One last ball to go.
I'll tell you what, he'll be standing very deep inside the crease, almost adjacent to the stumps. Usually the bowlers aim the base of the stumps. The base of the stumps over here can be something he can get underneath of. Oh, slower delivery. Kalimullah waited. Wanted to take a little break and then come back to play that delivery. But eventually when he did, he was still a little late.
Well, and a little shy of 160. Oman end the 20 overs on 159 for 8. What looked like a good 170 kind of score, or 175 for that matter, when Akif was batting. Just ended up shy of 160.
So only a delivery is what the big Kalimullah gets. 20 overs, 159. You're absolutely right, Neil. It looked like 175 plus, and that means it's been a professional effort from Sri Lanka towards the end. They did not let Oman get that launch pad, let alone launch that flight.
Definitely.
Mighty proud Lankan Lions will be going off the field as they will gear up for 158.
Flags fluttering of both sides there in unison. Let's have a look at the batting card. Jatinder Singh, 5 of 12, a lot was expected of him. Kashyap Prajapati, 22 of 19, started well. Then the main man, Akif Illias, 60 of 38, came in really good time. Zishan Maqsood gave him some company, 16 of 8, some lusty blows coming off his willow. Ayan Khan struggled, and how? 20 of 26. Mohammad Naseem, 6 of 2, Sandeep Gaur, then some rear guard action coming from him. 12 of 8. Mohammad Nadeem couldn't open his account. Ahmed Fayaz, but stuck around till end. Kalimullah just got that one solitary ball which he was ready to put out in the atmosphere, but a slow one. Well, no projectile power whatsoever. 159 for 8, extras mounting to 14.
Sri Lanka's bowling card coming to you. Binura Fernando in 2 overs, 1 wicket. Lahiru Sudesh Kumara was excellent in the second spell of his. Mahesh Theekshana picked up a good wicket but wanted more. Chamika Karunaratne, 2 good wickets. Along with that, a splendid catch as well. Akina Dhananjaya Pereira, not amongst the wickets today, and was amongst runs though. I gave him a lot of them. 11.33 is the higher side of economy. Dasun Shanaka, the captain, well, he bowled just 3 today despite having picked up a wicket. Doesn't bowl out. So 160 when we come back. And we'll be back shortly with a Sri Lankan reply.
हमारे दादाजी कहा करते थे कि इंसान को उसका कर्म दिन मनाना चाहिए। ते आज तेरे अच्छे कर्मों की शुरुआत है।
नहर के किनारे से बरामद हुई लाश अजीत
seems to be more or less the average score on this ground. And given that these are very familiar conditions for the Omani bowlers, obviously they'll be able to extract a lot more. Neil?
Well, yes, Oman, when batting, started off with stutter. Jatinder Singh losing his wicket early on. And then his partner Kashyap Pathak followed suit. Eventually on 60, that was his wicket. And a couple of Yorkers picking those 2 wickets there. Lahiru did the magic. And this catch, what a phenomenal catch right at the boundary line. So it's going to be Kalimullah who's going to start the bowling attack from the far end for Oman. They're defending 160. Can they do that with the ball?
I think it's important for Oman to pick up some early wickets. And that's exactly what Kalimullah would be looking for, to give the team the much needed breakthrough, early breakthrough, and peg back the Sri Lankan batsman a little bit.
.160, which means you need to score 8 and over.
Which is definitely doable. Pitch is still playing true.
That'll be a single there. And with that, Sri Lanka open their account. And so does Pathum.
Chandimal, a very experienced player. This is exactly what Sri Lanka did a couple of days back. They picked up a lot of singles in the initial 5 overs, put the pressure on the Omani fielders. And that is something which probably the Omani batsmen can also learn from the way some of these international teams rotate the strike.
Missed literally everything. Dinesh Chandimal.
Almost splitting him. And Chandimal literally searching. That kind of uncertainty is very important. You know, you need to put that seed of doubt in the minds of the batsman. However great you are, you will always want to get the first run.
Dinesh Chandimal, 133 matches, 3,386 runs. Stepping down, and he shows his class. 1 bounce into the fence, that's a boundary. Taking attack to Kalimullah.
You put the pressure on me on the first ball, I'll show you what exactly I'm made of. Wonderful boundary. Pressure back on Kalimullah now.
It's a game of exchange of pressure. Kalimullah earlier in the very first delivery that he bowled to Chandimal showed why he is a top-class bowler for Oman. And in return, Chandimal responded with a boundary. Stepping down, taking charge.
How well can Kalimullah respond?
Up in the air. And this has gone many miles. Vertically and horizontally, maximum.
Up above the sky so high. What a wonderful 6 that is.
Well, that's right. Went into the crowd. Got underneath that ball. Stand and deliver. That's how you call that ball.
How 2 deliveries can completely change. And Kalimullah probably needs to rethink. Some discussion going on with the captain. As per the protocol, obviously the ball needs to be wiped, sanitized. And that's exactly what the umpire is doing right now. Obviously, there'll be a lot more allowance these days for going through these formalities.
You're right. COVID protocol. Ball coming in from outside the boundary line. Has to be sanitized. All right, last ball. Finishes with a dot ball. That's the end of the first over. It's 11 for none after one.
This game coming to you live from the Oman Cricket Academy, Al Emirat, Sri Lanka. Chasing a total of 160 or 11 for no loss after one.
What a fantastic display of performance coming in from Chandimal in that very first over. Meanwhile, it's going to be Fayaz Butt. Driven beautifully. No one's going to stop that. That's going to be a 4.
Crisp shot. Beautifully driven through the covers for 4.
These shots are a delight to watch. When you play a classic cover drive, there you go. And once you play that shot, you want to just stay there in that position for the photographers to take a few pictures and post them on Instagram now.
Absolutely, that's exactly what he did. And that shot will give him all the confidence. Clearly, both the batsmen are in a little bit of a hurry.
Bilal. First delivery, went for a 4, second ball, a dot ball.
Nisanka. Relatively new to the T20 format, just has played 4 matches, 3 innings and scored 81 runs. Definitely would want to cement his place in the national team.
This one a much better delivery. A dot ball. Bilal Khan doing really well. It's a good comeback after that first delivery where there was slight width on offer. The ball angled. The streaming partner alongside Sony Live and Switch TV.
If there's no room for you,
Bilal has given 5 of his 4. 2 more deliveries to come, and it's going to be Dinesh Chandimal on strike. Bilal Khan, 40 matches in his T20 career, 57 wickets. 3 times he's picked up 4 wickets in an innings. He is the wicket-taking option. They're stealing those singles. They're literally stealing those singles. Went on the back foot, punched and ran. You will see the ball getting that extra ping.
It's a middle. Leg stump.
Does. A well-directed shot one onto the body of the batsman there. Will get a single nonetheless, Dinesh Chandimal. What he's done is, Zishan, he realised that Kalimullah was taken for runs in the very first over, replaced him immediately, didn't want to wait till it's too late.
That will allow probably Kalimullah to try and regroup his thoughts and probably make sense and bring him back later. Slightly short. The pull didn't go the way that probably Pathum wanted. Just picking up a single.
Ayan Khan, the fielder. Match ball by the man of the match. Shot ball up in the air and will go all the way, maximum. You will be picked, and for the class that Dinesh Chandimal has, he can keep hitting those balls outside the park day in and day out. You got to be a little quicker when you're bowling these short ones.
I think it's important for the Oman bowlers to realize that
Again, a shorter one, but this time Ayan Khan could be the man underneath. Will he take it? He takes one. Maybe a tad slow. Went up in the air. Maybe 200 kilometers.
miss out on any opportunity that comes his way. Even though Oman has lost a crucial wicket. Sri Lanka has lost a crucial wicket.
It's just another
That's a
level
catch.
of energy that flows in during the Carabao season.
How slow is it going to be? Support for Oman as well. A little quiet at the moment. Soon they'll be applauding. All they are waiting for is one good tong from Aqib Ilyas's bat. Shanaka, on the other hand, knows that this over has started off well for his country and himself. This is going to be a slower delivery.
Up in the air, now there's a chance. Fielder running hard. He takes it and he fumbles it.
Would you believe it? He'd reached the ball. He'd caught hold of it as well. Young Pathum will get those high fives nonetheless because that effort was magnificent. He reached the ball. That was a catch for a mini microsecond, but then the elbows, when they touch the ground, leather pops out.
Well, yes, if you were to actually manage and count the number of steps he took from where he took off and measure the distance, he probably would have beaten Usain Bolt in that 100-meter sprint.
Aqib survives.
Slower one, this time again up in the air. Will land safely between two fielders. And a couple of runs nonetheless.
Despite knowing that it's going to be a slower delivery, Aqib wasn't able to middle it.
Probably mistimed it, probably went too early into the shot. There's a fraction of a second that he took to adjust, but didn't really completely get onto the shot.
What on his balance?
Balance, or probably the premeditated mindset. Because he was already ready for that shot. Also, Shanaka announced it that he's going to bowl that short slower one. You could see it off his hands.
The field set is also such that mid-wicket is open.
Onto the ground.
Absolutely.
Short ball. And look at that, Bilal. He's anticipating something else. The result goes in favour of Sri Lanka, a 4-run.
I think again they continue to bowl short, and unless there's enough pace, Bilal obviously has a good pace, and that pace itself takes the top edge to the boundary.
Aqib coming in, having a quick chat with the skipper and Bilal. The think tank. Aqib Ilyas and Zishan Maqsood, the skipper. It's always good for the skipper to come and put his arm around the shoulder of the fast bowler when he's been hit. Always helps, because the fast bowler is steaming in. Every single delivery needs that little moment to cool his mind down, to get focused, to think what is required of him to do.
And equally important for the captain to tell the bowler to stick to basics and try and bowl stump to stump. Because obviously so far the short ball has not really worked.
Trying to push the batsman back into the groove. Probably that's the thought. 15 of 12 for Pathum. Good piece of fielding by Jatinder.
I think this is exactly what they need to do to try a lot of singles and doubles in the first 6 overs.
Well, again, that's a good way to finish the over. 4 overs gone, it's 38 for 1. Four overs, 9.5. Top man Chandimal and
Sending back Chandimal. So the young Pathum Nisanka would be joined by Lanka. And Lanka has got going right away.
well, he definitely has taken over from where Chandimal stopped. 15 of 14 for him. Asalanka 5 of 3. Up in the air now. Jatinder running underneath the ball, circling. And is that Fayaz? Beg your pardon. That was Fayaz and he's taken it. The over.
Didn't launch into it, and a very good catch by someone like Fayaz, a tall fast bowler, putting his body on the line, taking the tumble, but clinging on to the ball long enough to send the batsman back to the pavilion. Charanta Asalanka walks for 5. Oman pick up their second wicket.
A tiny little Sri Lankan flag still fluttering.
Yes, the size of the flag is according to the size of the fan.
But then there's a big flag. They're right now low. But hey, the team's done really well so far. 40 for 2. The second wicket just falling. Zishan Maqsood picking up his man. I was just wondering, what happens when a left-arm spinner bowls into a left-handed batsman? It's generally a benefit call.
Superb catch indeed by Fayaz. Never took his eyes off the ball, never stopped believing that he'll get there and executing it to perfection. Introducing himself into the attack, Zishan Maqsood, and picking up a wicket. Just the start that Zishan Maqsood wanted. Will be interesting to see how the young Pathum will manage this particular session when he's lost 2 partners suddenly.
Extremely brave of Zishan to bring himself on in the power play. Bowling with a slip. Darting this one in. Dot ball. Definitely has applied a big strong break in this proceedings for Sri Lanka. Get a single there. 3 runs so far in this over and a wicket. If he bowls this one quiet delivery, Zishan, he would have done really well for his side.
Yes, 2 of the first ball and then a wicket. Now the single.
An absolute quality, top notch. Zishan Maqsood has been the centre stone for the Oman side.
Fernando ensuring that doesn't waste time, starts to tick. 5 overs gone, a successful over for Zishan Maqsood and co. 41 for 2 Sri Lanka.
Five overs gone, 42 for 2. Just going at about 8.5 in that bout. He's done really well in this over, Zishan. He brings in Kalimullah now. It was Dinesh Chandimal who was the tormentor-in-chief when Kalimullah came in to bowl the first over. 11 runs of that over. He definitely would want to do a lot better than that from what he did in the previous over, Kalimullah. Oh, look at that! Whiffing past the bat. Kalimullah, that's the quality that he brings to table.
Yeah, there's always some extra bounce on offer when Kalimullah is operating. That was genuinely asking question to the outside edge. Usually you see him from the Al Amarat end, getting that extra little bit bounce to trouble the batsman. But sometimes when you carry that height, it doesn't really matter which end you bowl from. Quietly tucked away for a single. That's one way to approach this Kalimullah over.
And that's sensible enough. You don't need to go hammer and tongs. You need to understand what he's bowling. He's bowling quick, he's bowling short of length, and he's bowling from a towering height. He's almost as tall as one of these floodlight towers.
I was going to ask you if the side screen's enough, but you've compared him to the tower, so I'm absolutely mum.
So when the engineers came in to check the height of the towers, they measured his height and said, okay, maybe 1 inch more.
Kalimullah. Be quite happy bowling to this particular batsman as well, Fernando. A slower delivery, it's something that he's developed. Didn't see much of it in the 50-over format that he recently played. He was waiting for the right format to be unleashing those deliveries. The quicker you get as a bowler, the slower delivery becomes your better friend of picking up a wicket.
Absolutely, because then the difference is major. It's not just about 5 or 10 odd clicks. You're talking about 20 odd clicks. You're bowling at 145 and all of a sudden you bowl a 120. You're talking about a big difference. And 25 clicks, when a bowler is dispatching the ball off his hand, reaching within 22 yards to the batsman, makes a big difference.
Hint of movement as well. The batsman wants the run. It's one of the advantages of calling when you have played the shot, because you know exactly how hard you've hit it and how far. It's almost as if he calculated in his mind that this is the amount of time it will take for a fielder to swoop in and collect it in the first place. Let me go for a run.
Well, yes, whosoever thought that cricketers are just people who have played all their lives in the backyard, not focused on studies or education. Let me tell you, this is a classic example of a problematic physics solution. Every time you think how hard you've hit, will it reach the fielder? Should I be able to take that single? It's a problem that you're solving, and it's all physics.
Thank you, Professor. That's noted in the lab manual. That'll be wide. He's going to re-ball. Kalimullah, when he turned, was praying that the arms would not go wide, but it did. The arms did, they did.
Everything factoring in, speed, distance, time. Sometimes the elevation. If it's at a 45 degree, if you hit, the ball will go, the trajectory of the ball will be the maximum. All of this is physics. And the batters, they know it the best.
As far as Sri Lanka is concerned, you'd want good chemistry between these two in the middle. But that's very well played, well negotiated as far as the extra bounce is concerned, and well placed as well. And as far as Neil's concerned, he'll be quite happy that was threaded through the gap.
Well, there comes geometry. Bisecting the field, as they say. Everything you learned in school, applying here in the playground.
I'm searching for the geometry box now. Bring in the compass. Now, where did I keep my protractor? Because this is turning out to be... We're talking about schoolboy cricket a while ago. This is turning out to be a school class for me. It's great fun. Now, as we so often have, a cameo. Here is Mr. Sundaram.
My good friend Chandrasekhar, who must be watching this game in Bahrain, must be getting quite excited because he loves physics, chemistry, maths. And I'm sure he'll be having a good time listening to this conversation.
Oh, very good. Slower delivery. Watch out for that appeal. He's got to be very careful with that appeal. He cannot charge at the umpire like that. Zishan Maqsood would be throwing an arm around Kalimullah. That is if he can. And telling him, wait, don't do this. Don't tread towards the umpire. That's as much as you follow through.
He's definitely going down. But that appeal was massive. End of the over, 48 for 2. .48 for 2 after 6. What an interesting over by Kalimullah. We'd love to watch that reaction. We'll come back to that. Zishan Maqsood, meanwhile, will continue from the far end. Picked up a wicket in the very first over that he bowled. Darting that ball in, the arm ball. We get a single to start with. He's got Jatinder in slips. Would want to angle that ball away from the batsman to inflict that little edge. Maybe not. He's sent Jatinder back.
He's most concerned about the late cut, isn't it? Is it going to be nice and flat? Yes, flat, quick, into the body. Batsman had enough room to operate on that occasion. Wanted to go leg side. An easy single collected.
These days we've seen spinners bowling the quicker ones and the seam bowlers, the fast bowlers, bowling the slower one. They're learning from each other and using others' ploys to distract the batsman and get some wickets.
I always used to wonder, whenever the pacer bowls the off cutter, is an off spinner smiling from inside. And then, of course, you have spinners who were pace bowlers erstwhile.
All along the carpet, we'll get a single. What they're doing is they're not taking any risks whatsoever while Zishan is bowling. They know that he is wily. He thinks every single delivery is planned. If he's bowling 3 on the trot in the same place, you know the 4th one is going to be the one that will change the game.
Yes, if he gets 3 dot balls, what he usually does is he is not scared of throwing it loopy because he knows the batsman will be coming after him now.
There you go, the flighted one. A dot ball. Spinners, mentally they are so strong that their ability to think the batsman out is phenomenal.
You got to be strong. This is soon turning into a batsman's game, isn't it? As a spinner, you got to have a very big heart. And the batsman's coming after you, you go slower.
This time a fuller delivery, but gave it a little bit of air. So 7 overs gone. It's 52 for 2.
शाबाश यार
All right, so it's going to be Ayan. Kalimullah has been pulled off again. He's using Kalimullah in a single over spell. Come in, bowl 1 over, get out. Come in, bowl 1 over, get out.
Yes, he's using Kalimullah in short bursts also to save him for the later stage as well. 2 matches, 1 wicket. Ayan Khan needs to be better than that and would want to believe this is the game with the ball in hand.
Well, yes, wasn't that great when he came to bat, but took that magnificent catch in the outfield. Dinesh Chandimal had hit a skyer that went many miles, and that's exactly
nice bowling
where it all started.
That's very good thinking from Ayan Khan. Saw that the batsman was charging towards him. Kept it flat, kept it nice and quick. As a spinner, you're always taught to be watching the batsman till the last moment, isn't it, Neil?
Absolutely.
Jatinder Singh will cover ground quickly. They're going back for 2. 2 could be trouble had the throw been better. Ayan Khan had to do a bit to get to the ball.
यार पहले वाला बॉल अच्छा था यार
But you know what is really good right now? The dealing in singles.
Now they're converting it into 2s as well.
As far as boundaries are concerned, they've been dried up. Not giving those loose deliveries, come hit me kind of invitations.
Catch it!
Up in the air, Jatinder Singh. Oh, we just spoke a little too early. A little too early. Call it the commentator's curse. That's the maximum.
The crowd erupts. They were waiting for a shot of this kind. That's it! Jatinder Singh really had no chance. The ball grew wings halfway. Had just enough elevation to send it for a maximum. Good shot in the end for Fernando. Will make him feel much better. This is the first boundary appointment that his bat has produced. How is Ayan going to react to the 6? But this is excellent cricketing brain of Fernando at work. He wants to, will get to. First get the maximum, then nurdle it around, pick up singles, convert them into 2s, keep the fielders on their toes, keep them under pressure. This is some excellent cricket on offer.
And a big over. 11 runs already of this over.
Sports Eye match ball contest. Who has scored the maximum runs for Sri Lanka in ICC T20 World Cup? Subscribe to youtube.com/sportseye. Answer the question in the comment section box, and one lucky winner will win a signed match ball by the man of the match. Ayan Khan needs to curtail these deliveries. It was a good over initially, then that 6. The batsman did not have to take risks then. Singles, 2s were doing the job for them. Now an extra delivery. How much will it cost Oman?
Just a single. And that'll be the end of the 8th. 65 for 2. An expensive Ayan over comes to an end.
पॉइंट पे आजा कोई भी ले लो पॉइंट या कवर कोई भी ले लो शाबाश जानो
8 overs, 65 for 2. Zishan will come in for his third on the trot. Just going at slightly above 8, and that's all that is required. They need 8 and over to win this game.
Attacking the first ball. Good work. Still he will get 2, and he's getting 2 for the shot. By the time the throw was dispatched, the second run was already completed 60%.
Well, as they say, you take 1 for the throw. That's exactly what they did. They spotted the tumble there, and that was their cue to run.
Very right, Neil. Sometimes you need to dispatch the ball quicker than you get to it, isn't it? That's a magnificent hit. Long on and long off will look at each other and play stone, paper, scissors to see who is going to get the ball.
And add insult to injury, it was no ball. That'll land them a free hit. Not good news coming in for Oman. Free hit and a no ball.
7 runs added to the tally without a ball being counted. That's the kind of shot that will make an arrow shy. Straight as it gets. Very demoralizing for Maqsood. But will he let it play on his mind? It's a free hit. And the free hit has been sent many a mile. Look for the dot called leather in this vast black sky.
This is as huge as it gets. If there was a way to measure this, it would require the biggest measuring tape to check where the ball dropped.
He's made it look so effortless as well. It was as if Fernando was ready to go. As soon as you told him it's going to be a free hit, the only way of getting you out, Fernando, would be a run out. He says, watch me go.
Zishan Maqsood now will have to wear the thinking cap, try and figure out what went wrong, what he has to do, because this is definitely not going his way. 2 sixes and 2 deliveries.
Fans are loving it. A moment ago there was silence, and then as soon as this over started, it's very difficult to find silence now. In any seat, everyone's shouting. The flags of Sri Lanka are waving as much as they can. And the reason is this. First that 6, and then even bigger.
2 back-to-back maximums. Zishan Maqsood. What looked like a great spell coming underway now has been tarnished.
Right, Zishan Maqsood being taken to the cleaners. He's already hit a big one and then a bigger. Again, a great cricketing mind at work. Pushing it in the gap, picking up a single, saying with a stamp of authority, I want to stay there longer.
Well, yes, coming straight out of the textbook. Hit a boundary, take a single, get off strike. Sri Lanka, with that 6, reached the halfway mark. Already on 81. Need another 79 runs to win this game.
And look how quickly they've got there despite losing 2 wickets. The breaks were never applied. They've targeted a particular bowler. Every time they've had a hiccup, that's 2 times to be precise, and then got out of the situation to carry the momentum in their pocket. This has been thoroughly professional from Sri Lanka.
2 more deliveries to go. He's drawing that ball, drawing the seam. Extremely important for the spinner to have a nice dry seam so he can grip the ball well.
Tap and run. This is seriously good cricket. It's as if dot ball doesn't exist in the dictionary of these two.
They've done really well. Both these Sri Lankan batters, Pathum and Fernando. In the gap, we'll get a single, and that will be the end of the over. An extremely expensive over. Current run rate of 9.4, required 6.9. 9 gone, 84 for 2. All right, so current run rate 9.33, required 6.91. Just before this over, the required run rate was hovering around 8. Look at that massive drop that's come in.
And the reason is 17 dot balls. They've been able to take those singles whenever it's possible, convert it into twos as well. 5 times they've done that. 1, 3, 4 boundaries and as many sixes as well.
During the Oman innings, we saw that played as many as 35 dot balls. You play that, you're talking about 6 overs in dot deliveries. You put it in that perspective, it changes the thought. Kalimullah starts with a wide. He's having a bad day. He's having a bad day.
Kalimullah put his hand up and said, I'm sorry right away. And that sorry was meant to go to Zishan Maqsood. He just found a way. That apology found a way to go to Maqsood.
Yeah, all the more reason. Your skipper was taken for runs. You need to come in, back him up, stay strong. Give him an over where you're not giving too many and probably picking up a wicket or 2.
In desperate need of a wicket here, Oman. Will Kalimullah be the man? Pathum Nissanka is looking stylish as this innings unfurls. He's gone back for 2. A little fumble, that's all it took. A diving effort would mean will complete 2 runs in the end. The throw had to be tamed by the keeper. It was very, very high for Naseem.
I reckon it would have been slightly close if it would have been a better throw.
Yes, Mr. Harish there, along with Mr. Kapil and Mr. Kiran. It's a very meticulous job indeed. Scoring. And these 3 are pros at it. And very nice gentlemen too. Once the game ends, all smiles.
Kalimullah. Slower one on the pads. That should be given. That is given. A big wicket coming in. Kalimullah. He's got his man. He bowled the back of the hand delivery straight onto the pads of Pathum. There was no way the umpire was not going to give that. Plumb as it comes.
Big wicket. Pathum for a while was at the non-striker's end, then played a stylish stroke, but he's completely misread the slower delivery. Played down the wrong line. That would have gone on to crash into the stumps. Kalimullah as well pleading. Well, doesn't he look like a wrestler tapping out from the other side?
Pathum has to take that sluggish, slow, long walk back. 26 of 29, 3 fours and a strike rate of 89.66.
Sri Lanka wanted one of their openers to stay there till the end, drop anchor. They were looking at Pathum Nissanka to do that because Fernando was going good at the other end. Wasn't to be today. 87 for 3, Sri Lanka. Oman would want to believe that 1 brings 2 and this is the time to pick up another. New man in would be Rajapaksa.
We spoke about Kalimullah and his abilities. Supporting the skipper. Bowling a tidy over, picking up a wicket or 2. And if that comes true, he picks up 1 more. There might just be a little doorway that Oman would think that they've got through in this game. Because as of now, Sri Lanka is definitely steamrolling. He's a big man. To expect a back of the hand delivery with that accuracy is phenomenal. 9.2 overs, 87 for 3. Can Kalimullah get 1 more?
Tap and run's not an option when KP is inside the 30-yard circle. Kashyap Kumar Prajapati is one of the quickest that Oman have put on the field.
An addition of only initials that are there in multiple numbers. Karan Pollard, Kevin Peterson, Krunal Pandya. 3 that I can think of.
And those are the 3 that only I could have thought of as well.
Oh, that would have hurt him nasty.
It's one of those very rare occasions where Kalimullah has picked up the ball and not given a stare.
He probably wants his ball to do the job of not just staring but scaring the batter away. 3 KPs that we've named, and the 4th one in the list, Kashyap Prajapati.
Nice slow delivery. He's using the slow delivery to excellent extent, also changing the length.
What he's done it by bowling this slightly short. He probably is expecting the batter to go slightly deep inside the crease to effect the LBW. At least the batter would not step out to him.
Yes, indeed, he is camping on the back foot. Good assessment, Neil.
Took that single though, got off strike. Otherwise would have been a great candidate for a planned wicket. But Fernando, who's been on the non-striker's end, has been observing what Kalimullah is doing. What do you want to change gears in this last delivery?
Kalimullah from the non-striker's end is a different bowler.
Having a quick chat with the skipper, discussing what that last delivery would be.
Still believe he's got the short delivery in his kitty for this particular over. But would he want to do that to Fernando now? Or will he go for the slower delivery to ask Fernando to go cross-batted? Fernando accepts the invitation to go cross-batted off that slower delivery. 10 overs gone. 89 for 3. Ten overs gone. 89 for 3.
Players are taking a drinks break. Neil has left us, and the score at 89 for 3 after 10. Sri Lanka scoring at a very healthy 8.9, and the only way probably Oman can make a match of it is to try and pick up some quick wickets.
Azizhan Maqsood threw the ball to Kalimullah. Asked him to pick up a wicket, he obliged. But Sri Lanka, what they have been so good at doing is every time there has been a hiccup, they've found a way to fight back without wasting deliveries.
Exactly, and we did see the statistics in terms of the number of singles and doubles they have taken. And definitely that's one learning which probably Oman batsmen can also pick up. And make sure that they put the pressure on the fielders, and that's something that we didn't see when Oman was batting. The players and the batsmen are back after a short drinks break.
Yeah, and with those bottles of water, lots of messages were exchanged. You see the coach also ensuring that his orders reach the captain's ears. Avishka Fernando has played a very gritty 33 of just 17 balls.
The Oman cricket team, as we all know, is coached by none other than Dilip Mendis, who himself obviously comes from Sri Lanka and knows a bit of how Sri Lankan cricket is played. And I'm sure he wouldn't mind passing on some tips which will help the Oman bowlers to try and probably bowl a slightly better length.
And what could be that better length according to you, Sundaram? Mohammad Nadeem, 39 years of age, has picked up a 4 for 1s, 4 for 23, his economy 6.9. It's decent.
It's important for the bowlers to try and mix it up. What we have seen is either short ball, which has gone for plenty, or enough width on offer. What we have not seen is the way the Sri Lankan bowlers bowled stump to stump, which is absolutely critical because it just makes that much more difficult for the batsman to free his arms and hit across the park.
An appeal, first ball and given. Nadeem answers the call. 27 wickets in 30 games for him now. This is why he's so effective.
This is exactly what we were saying, and that's exactly what Oman wanted so badly. On the stumps, trying to flick, missed it, adjust leg before.
So many times we've seen a little break play a part in the break of the concentration of the batsman. That's exactly what has happened here for Sri Lanka. He's missed a pretty straight ball, wanted to work it along the ground on the leg side. That would have crashed into the stumps. Up went the finger.
Would have missed the off stump, missed the leg stump, definitely not the middle stump. Lovely delivery and a great reward.
Wonderful innings of Fernando has come to an end. A hardcore hitter has found a way of getting out to a soft dismissal is what you want to call. Looking for a single when he was clearing the boundary at will and missing the ball while doing so.
I think probably also because he spent quite a bit of time in the non-striker end watching. So he almost rushed to about 30 odd in the first 16 deliveries, right?
And this is why Fernando is trudging back to the pavilion, missing a straight ball. This is went straight with the angle. And Nadeem knew that the batsman's a candidate for LBW as soon as he played down the wrong line. Played the wrong line, wanted to tuck it away on the leg side and pick up a single. That's what can be a worry sign. For someone who clears the boundary at will, why would you want to look for a lower denomination and get out like that?
Good for Oman. And a great opportunity for them to bounce back. And it's only the wickets which will really help them. Shanaka.
30-year-old captain has walked to the middle. 111 matches, 2,561 runs. Season campaigner. He's got 3 centuries. Brilliant. There's something on it. And Shanaka has to walk. Nadeem, you beauty. Oman were looking for magical spell, and that's come from Nadeem the Wizard with a ball in hand.
He is the one who is bringing all the magic and all the experience that Oman so badly needed. 2 wickets in this over. And is Oman going to spring a surprise on Sri Lanka?
It's the length which has caused the batsman's demise. The feet went nowhere. Offered the bat to it. It took the outside edge and a simple catch for Naseem. This Nadeem-Naseem combination has produced the wicket. Dasun Shanaka, the captain, walks back without troubling the scorers.
How an over can completely change the complexion of the game. Just before the drinks break, Sri Lanka was sitting pretty. 2 wickets in this over. And here is a time for Oman to strike few more blows.
That's T20 cricket for you. You blink and the game changes. 2 wickets in quick succession. Sri Lanka lose half their side and skipper being the last man dismissed. This was the first wicket. Playing down the wrong line. A judged LBW. A set for Nando. Then the new man in was Captain Shanaka. The outside edge was something that Captain Shanaka was yet to befriend. Very good catch by Naseem. Well, it's a matter of that alphabet, isn't it?
Clearly playing away from the body and getting a fine edge.
What that has done is allowed Zishan Maqsood to be more attacking. A slip is in place. There is a buzz around the batsman.
This is not going to be as easy as Sri Lanka probably thought just about an over back.
Sri Lanka in this game with the bat in hand were tested with 1 wicket falling. And these are the men who work extremely hard so that we can get a brilliant game of cricket underway. There's Masood Bhai at the end of it, the leftmost on the screen. And there's Noor as well, who's like a doppelganger. You can never make out who's Masood, who's Noor, especially with the masks on. But those men have done an excellent job of providing wickets which play true to themselves. Only one of the batsmen wants a single. And in this game of cricket, both of them have to run to complete a single. It's just the rule.
Clearly we can see there's a lot more intensity and purpose. And the Oman fielders are charging in. Obviously, they are able to sniff. Chamika Pereira, 26 matches, 235 runs with a strike rate of 115. How much does Sri Lanka need him after his bowling stint? He does need to come up with few lusty blows to try and take Sri Lanka closer to the victory target.
What the initial batsmen have done is to ensure that they stay ahead of the required rate. It's still 7. 7 still some good batting. Requires some good batting. That's a good end to the over. Nadeem take a bow. 2 wickets and absolutely nothing given away. A wicket made in for Nadeem to start this match for him with the ball in hand. 11 gone, 89 for 5 Sri Lanka. This was the first wicket for Nadeem. Batsman playing down the wrong line. And then Captain Shanaka, big wicket. Under circumstances, Shanaka had to hang around, but he only hung his bat.
Extremely well bowled. The first wicket, committed on the front foot. The bowler clearly observed it, bowled on the stumps, missed leg before. Second one, playing away from the body. Gentle swing, edged, caught behind. Wonderful bowling.
It's also one of those lines which troubles the batsman only initially in his innings, when he's in two minds whether to play the stroke or not. Not when the batsman's settled. Your thoughts?
He was neither forward nor backward and definitely playing away from the body. So you could clearly see a lot of gap between the bat and pad. So look at where he was standing, pretty much on the leg stump and trying to play a shot. It is always difficult for you to time it. So
not just the line, the length as well has worked in his favour for Nadeem. Oman fans have found a new voice. and the decibel levels are going through the roofs. This is when you juxtapose it with the usual loud drums of Sri Lanka. The ground is buzzing. It's an eccentric atmosphere. That dive will not stop. That single 2 is on offer, is it? No. 2 would have been very risky. And that's why Karunaratne and Rajapaksa have decided against it.
Very wise decision. Definitely that would have been catastrophic for Sri Lanka. Good that they refused the second one.
Chamika is someone who's got the ability with the bat in hand. He's a very handy all-rounder. He's someone who's got excellent game awareness, and this is something Muthaiya Muralidharan enjoyed when he went to watch Chamika play in a school game. So he's got, growing up, he's got a great game awareness, and he'll have to utilize that today. The flags of Oman higher at the moment. The chants of Oman louder at the moment. More bounce. Chamika's a little itchy to get off the mark. And why not?
And
He's been asked to negotiate. He's been asked to negotiate Fayaz Butt's express pace.
And suddenly you see the run rate go up. It's 70 of 52. And what looked like a fairly reasonable run rate a couple of overs back. The odds have changed.
And that's beautifully driven. Good effort from Sandeep Gaur, but 2 runs are written over it. Chamika and Bhanuka.
This match coming to you live on Sony 10 in India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. 10 Sports in Pakistan. Free Sports if you're watching in UK. Cricket Live in UAE. Our streaming partners, youtube.com/sportseye, Sony Live and Swiss TV. Live from Oman Cricket Academy at Al Amirat.
What a beautiful setting to play cricket in. Is it going to be the slower delivery? It was a cross-seam delivery while he ran in. But he's double bluffed the batsman and the commentator.
Oman was quite happy with just giving away singles, right?
Well, I really believe for at least an over or 2, Sri Lanka wouldn't mind picking up singles. So it's that phase of the game where the answer to your question depends on which side you look at first. Because Bhanuka and Rajapaksa both would want to get themselves in and not waste deliveries, that is no dot balls. And the best alternative to not have dot balls and have low risk shots would be a single.
Extremely well explained.
Wide ball signalled. First the wide was signalled by the non-striker, then it permitted to the umpire.
It's very important for Oman to try.
Sports Eye match ball contest. Who has scored maximum runs for Sri Lanka in ICC T20 World Cup? Subscribe to youtube.com/sportseye and answer the question in the comment box. One lucky winner, which might be you, can win the signed match ball by the man of the match.
Slashed hard just for a single. The point was what Sri Lanka wouldn't want is to lose another wicket here. So absolutely, it makes sense for them to keep rotating the strike and pick up the singles. And they are still pretty much very close to the required run rate of 8. So that should not be an issue. What probably is a worry is that they don't want to lose another wicket.
Yes, the momentum at the moment is with Oman, and to only be able to pilfer that momentum towards your side in the Sri Lankan camp, Sri Lanka would be looking to play a quiet over. Nurdle the ball around, milk the bowling. 1 over, 2 overs, because the required rate is not very high. If you have wickets in hand towards the end, you can get there. Courtesy batsmen like Chandimal starting off that well. Then Fernando throwing his bat around, getting quick runs. Required rate is about 8 at the moment. 7.96 to be very precise. Here's Fayaz. Stylishly played away, work to do. Kashyap Kumar Prajapati gets around it. But the bad throw will allow 3 runs. Fayaz Bhatt is definitely not happy. Moment ago, it was 2 runs with a good slide by Kashyap Kumar Prajapati. But a poor throw meant 3 would be completed with these. The crowd's back on its feet. Sri Lanka, no. The trumpets are around as well. And the trumpets will get louder as 2 runs have been converted into 3 due to a lapse in concentration from Prajapati.
"12 gone, 98 for 5. A quick look at the scorecard. Dinesh Chandimal scored 18 of 8. Nisanka 26 of 29. Asalanka 5 of 4. Avishka Fernando a brilliant 33 of 18. Shanaka didn't trouble the scorers. Rajapaksha not out 3 and giving him company. Karunaratna 6 of 7. 98 for 5 after 12.
As far as the bowling card is concerned, Kalimullah has bowled 3 and picked up an important wicket. Bilal Khan's waiting for the second spell. Ahmed Fayaz has bowled 2 overs, picked up 1. Zishan Maqsood in his 3 picked up a wicket as well. Ayaan Khan was given just 1 over and was expensive and taken away. Mohammad Nadeem has been the star so far. Here he is in his second over and he's already picked up 2 important wickets in the single over that he's bowled before this.
Clearly has continued to build the pressure. And if he's able to pick up a wicket here, Oman can clearly sense a victory. Zishan has just 1 over to bowl, so obviously highly unlikely he will come back before the 15th over. Whom do they turn to if they want to go with spinners? Because obviously they do want the batsman to go for shots at some stage.
Now that Sri Lanka has lost 2 in quick succession, that's a very good Yorker. And that run wasn't unchallenged. Had that been a direct hit, the story could have been different. Sandeep Gaud with the throw knows that. He didn't have much time, but he had 3 sticks to aim at. With that angle, you expect to hit the stumps more often than not. Yes, the ball would have won the race had it kissed the stumps even.
It was curtains. What a mess. What a glorious opportunity for Oman to have probably put more pressure on the Sri Lankan batsman.
Sri Lanka will need to look at this equation 61 or 46 and tell themselves, target 1 ball every over to go for the big shots. Look for the singles and 2s more often. Risky. Not a single of that kind. Panuka and Chamika. Can they provide the partnership which can bail Sri Lanka out of this little situation of sorts? Or will Nadeem look for the block hole again? Tap and run. This is good cricket. This is just what the coach was expecting from Sri Lanka. Keep the scoreboard ticking. Don't let Nadeem bowl to the same batsman.
That run was stolen right under the nose. So great call. Picked up a single again. And this is one area probably the fielders need to tighten up a little bit more. But again, I wouldn't mind a single at all at this stage. And we would like to see if the gap between the number of runs to be scored and the balls available increases. Right now it's about 15. If that can be taken to about 20-25, this game would be very nicely poised.
100 comes up for Sri Lanka with that stolen single. Oh, that's a glorious hit. Everybody give your work a lick and a promise and look at the batting of this batsman. That's a shot which just tells you so many things are going right in life for Chamika. Middling the ball, holding the post, And it might be Nadeem who's picked up 2 wickets, but if it's in the slot, doesn't really matter who the bowler is, it's the ball that matters.
Just when we were talking just before about singles, suddenly comes a 6. Absolutely straight. Obviously, you won't find a fielder there. Right over the bowler's head for a glorious 6.
Shamika Karunaratne. He's coming from a multi-sport background. We were discussing his exploits with a badminton racket in hand. Was a javelin thrower initially, but with a bat in hand too. In cricket, he's proving a point. All-round performance. 13 of 10. He's still got some way to go. Sri Lanka need 54 of 44. But this little phase is all about that seesaw. Change in field made. Bilal Khan, who was lurking at fine leg, has been asked to provide his services as a short fine leg fielder now. And a deep backward square as well. Who's moved a little finer. Single taken. No, misfield will allow 2. Misfield is something that Oman cannot afford. Nadeem's furious. If you're Ayaan Khan, you don't want to be looking at Nadeem at the moment. That was supposed to be a single and single only. Jatinder Singh said, Ayaan, it's yours to be taken. But little lapse in concentration meant 2 runs taken by Sri Lanka. 2 valuable runs. Just when Sundaram was explaining the importance of expanding that gap for Oman, the gap between the runs and the balls, the gap shrinking. First the 6, now proactive running.
Clearly the fault lies in the way the fielding is being done. Obviously they have had quite a few misfields, and that obviously has allowed Chamika to come back for 2.
Good comeback delivery by Nadeem. Still, Sri Lanka would believe they've got more than enough in this over. 108 for 5. Momentum back with Sri Lanka.
The only way Oman can get back is to pick up another wicket and make sure that the fielding is tighter, because there has been some easy singles.
This is what you want to see in cricket as well. Young fans carrying flags bigger than them because they know it means more to them. Turning up to watch a cricket match. Now she's crying. She's crying probably because she's got a smaller flag, but it means the same. What matters is your support.
It's absolute delight to see that young kids are coming here to watch the game, because some of them could be the next in line to play for the country.
Absolutely. When you watch the stars at an impressionable age, you tell yourselves, I want to be inside the field doing what they do. Fayaz Butt is a hero for Oman cricketers. What a hit! The ball plonks itself after landing, and Zishan Maqsood believed that he can ensure it's not a boundary, and he does. The dive as well coming towards the end. But by the time the throw was dispatched and it reached Fayaz, the batsman had made the ground.
If only the throw was right above the stumps, because there was definitely an opportunity. A great fielding effort.
Moment the ball went in air. Zishan Maqsood never took his eyes off it. And the outfield is not the fastest over here. The ball plonks itself. And Jatinder knew that he had to stay back, wait for the ball to arrive from Zishan Maqsood, and then dispatch the throw.
A flat throw just on top of the stumps probably could have put a lot more pressure. For Oman, I think Chamika is back on strike, and that's something they could have probably avoided. The score is on Nelson, 111, 111 for 5. Can this be a good news for Oman to pick up a wicket now?
Are you going to hop in the commentary box? Short ball, well controlled, hit in the gap as well. The call for 2, and 2 it shall be.
Plenty of space in the mid-wicket region, and by the time Jatinder could cover and throw it back, an easy 2. Yeah, I think the time for hop, skip and jump is pretty much over. I rather stand and deliver, so to speak.
Love your choice of words. Because the moment, this is where everyone listening, in the moment Sundaram said he's going to stand and deliver, he stood up.
I think definitely Oman has tried to make a match of this, and
the gap is closing down. It's just 7 now. Oh, that's a well-directed bouncer. It's 1 for the over, but one that Fayaz would have relished bowling. Good work by Chamika to get through quickly on him.
And I can tell you, if that had taken an edge, definitely it would have gone above the wicket-keeper's head.
With the sheer pace, is it, sir?
The Omani
Fayaz, but with his long run up outside the 30-yard circle, it starts. Work to do for the tall Kalimullah, putting in his long strides, but will not be able to stop the batsman from picking up 2. At the moment, these 2 batsmen, Rajapaksa and Karunaratne, are seeing only gaps. And those gaps are yielding 2 more often than not. Not a single, but 2.
Because the field is completely spread, and obviously they are trying to see how they can save the boundary. Unless it is the lofted shot for a 6.
But I'll tell you what, 44 or 37 now the equation. It's also a question of whether you can make a dot ball happen as well.
And because the fielders are all either on the 30-yard or covering the boundary line, there's plenty of single on offer. All the fielders are on the 30-yard or on the boundary line. We can still hear the drums play. The crowds have really turned on large numbers and massive support.
Here's the captain of the ship outside the cricket field for Oman. The birthday boy, Mr. Pankaj Khimji, a visionary.
Clearly having a bird's eye view, looking around just to make sure that all the arrangements are going as per plan. And it has been a magnificent effort on his part and the entire team to bring the stadium to where it is today. Because we have been really witness to what this was about 30 days back. And there has been some remarkable infrastructure development over the last 30 days. And watching the game here and covering this has been an absolute delight.
Yes, you came here before the transition happened. And I was here throughout the transition, covering the Cricket World Cup League 2. And then, of course, now what was a village ground, according to Mr. Khimji himself, one of the most professional village grounds, he says, has now become a full-fledged stadium and is ready to host the mega event, the T20 World Cup. Bilal Khan was looking for the block hole.
Yes, we did cover the matches that Oman played against Mumbai, and all this was just planned. And coming back to this ground after 30 days, obviously this is a great sight.
Chamika Karunaratne understands the onus is on him. Bhanuka is quite happy playing the second fiddle to Chamika's innings here. He's quite happy playing the second fiddle to Chamika.
Clearly the required run rate is pretty much under control at 7.2.
The appeal was more out of excitement. It lacked belief. Karunaratne initially thought even 2 could be taken. Bilal Khan exchanging smiles. This game is being played with a sense of camaraderie as well. Giving it all. And then once he pulls out of that appeal, the friendliness quotient of the game increases a little.
Extremely ambitious appeal, and probably that was more to put pressure on the batsman not to run.
"41 of 34 with 5 wickets in hand. Sri Lanka will believe it's in their control. Bilal Khan searching for the block hole. That's a magical hit and will go the distance. It sent the crowd scattering and scampering. No ball signaled as well. Bilal Khan hasn't handled the pressure well today.
No ball for height. High and handsome. Just below where we are sitting. What a wonderful 6. This has been a magnificent 6. Clearly not missing out on an opportunity. A much needed 6 to bring the run rate down, to run a ball now.
Run a ball with 5 wickets in hand. There it is once again. Oman faltering by not handling the nerves. 7 runs and the ball will not be added to the tally. Bilal Khan, who is looking to attack, is now looking to do damage control. Was looking for that perfect Yorker, wasn't he? The Yorker King, they call him.
He is the highest wicket taker, and it's important for him to now come to the party.
The crowd's absolutely erupting. That Yorker was there, but the batsman found a way to dig it out, negotiate well. Initially thought of 2 as well. Chamika said nothing doing.
Run rate pretty much under control, so there's absolutely no need. It's 33 of 33.
It's been a very interesting approach for Sri Lanka. They haven't looked to take it deep either. They just got the poor balls and they put that away.
Plus a couple of misfields that also helped. So they got a great start, and that probably allowed them to stay ahead of the run rate. And even though there was a minor hiccup, but I think they have been playing this sensibly so far. Both the batsmen on 18 each. That looked close. There was a great ball. Yorker length looked pretty close.
Change in pace as well. There was well guided missile. A bit of bat would have saved him.
Absolutely. If there was no edge, he was a goner.
Bhanuka and Chamika 18 apiece. Shamika taking a little longer to get there compared to Bhanuka. But Shamika playing exactly the innings that that Sri Lanka want at the stage, want that single. Will get that single. Hitting it straight to the fielders and yet finding a way to pick up singles. This has been excellent from Sri Lanka. Sports Eye match ball contest. Who has scored the maximum runs for Sri Lanka in ICC T20 World Cup? Subscribe to youtube.com/sportseye. Answer the question. And one lucky winner will win the signed match ball by the man of the match. The tar. The calls for 2 and 2 it is. The ball wasn't picked up. How much dew is there? It's the bestest of the fielders.
Clearly, Bilal has been wiping the ball fairly frequently.
I just became Shakespeare for a moment, isn't it?
And my worry was that, whether that would again be called for height.
That's not just your worry. There was Zishan Maqsood's worry as well.
A quick summary. Oman scored 159 for 8 of the allotted 20 overs. Sri Lanka pretty healthy, 130 for 5 after 15, just requiring run a ball. Akib Ilyas led the charge, scoring a brilliant 60. And Avishka Fernando scored 33 of 18. Sri Lanka requiring 30 of 30.
Maqsood's looking around. That's Yamini. Usually you'll see her with a camera in hand. And I think that's a chocolate. She works really hard for the Instagram posts.
Probably well deserved and an energy break for all the effort put in.
As soon as you saw that chocolate, you were licking your lips. You want one too, isn't it?
Absolutely. One of my major weakness.
Yeah, after the game you can request Yamini. She'll probably give it to you.
Can Zishan turn the table?
Nice, loud, clear call that a single was not to be taken. Zishan Maqsood was looking around, not to find a different bowler, but to set the field. Mr. Pankaj Khimji getting the best vantage point for what has been his baby, this Oman cricket. A lush green ground, all because of that able leader. Well, that's the ball. He's still going after it. Shamika, now he'll look for the single as well. It's a no ball. There is too much dew. That's what Zishan Maqsood is saying. Mind you, Shamika Karunaratne has played badminton, has been a javelin thrower. Many folders in his minds were open. Many folders. But then decided to go with a cricketing shot. But Bhanuka said, wait a minute, you don't have to offer any. You're still going after it. The keeper had given up, but the batsman was still going after it. That would have made a good badminton shot. What do you think?
Extremely funny scenes, and haven't seen a ball like that for a long time. I thought probably we are back in Tokyo Olympics looking at some shot put. So definitely a lot of dew. There are smiles around everyone. Trying to see the lighter side of what happened just now. And this is something which you rarely see happen. Clearly the umpires deciding that this is a good time for them to change the ball, because the bowlers are finding it extremely difficult to grip. We found that Bilal was struggling. Bilal was finding it difficult to grip the ball, and the last delivery by Zishan, clearly the umpire, because we just have around 5 over some of these short putts.
Well, yes, extremely difficult for a spinner to grip the ball when the seam is wet. And so much dew coming in. I wonder if Zishan would be thinking, was the toss a turning point in favour of Sri Lanka?
Clearly he's a lot more familiar in terms of the ground conditions, so obviously would know whether dew comes into play. And here is a question for you. Given the fact that the ball was wet and obviously not intentional the way it was bowled, should it have been called a wide at all in the first place?
Well, the way this delivery went, obviously unintentional, slipped out of his hand. A quick conversation meanwhile between the wicketkeeper and the skipper. Naseem chats up with Zishan. Maybe a plan coming in, maybe a little ploy coming in. It's the best partnership, a spin bowler and the wicketkeeper.
Clearly they have been playing for a long time, so exactly can understand the signal. And all this is prepared and planned much ahead.
Up in the air. Now this one has gone many miles in the air and will go a couple of yards outside the boundary line. That's the maximum. New ball coming in and has been dispatched.
Clearly that was for the taking, and went through the swing. Beautifully struck. A faster one. And obviously there was width on offer. And a wonderful 6. A much needed 6. Bringing the run rate down further. 22 of 28. That makes life a little bit easy for Sri Lanka now.
It complicates everything for Oman. Meanwhile, this time, soft hands and a single.
Playing sensibly, because you have already got a 6 of the last ball. So there's no need for you to take undue risk. Gently placing to the short third man. Something very interesting that we have noticed is the way Chamika swings his bat.
A single there.
There are a lot of twirls that he brings around before he takes the strike. Reminds of one of India's great opening batsman, Krishnamachari Srikanth. But this one is a lot more prominent.
Many batsmen have their own little quirk. We'll get a single there.
That's a delightful stroke of the spinner. Left-handers are always a great sight to watch.
Chamika on strike. Again,
And
that little twirl that you mentioned a while back. He does that. See, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that.
what is he doing? Which side should I choose to bat? Which side should I choose to hit?
Again, he does that.
This is very, very unique. I have seen quite a few new things.
Cheeky, very cheeky. Played it straight to the fielder and took that single. 16 gone, it's 142 for 5. 159 for 8 is what Oman scored batting first. Sri Lanka in reply 142 for 5 in 16. They need 18 of 24. They've done really well and literally everyone has contributed. Aviska Fernando 33, Bhanuka Rajapaksa 28, Pathum Nisanka 26.
Clearly this is a match for Sri Lanka to lose, which looks unlikely. But then in cricket, you never know.
That's right. It's said it's a game of glorious uncertainties. And one of them is the result, which could sway anywhere.
Are we in for a surprise? Yorker length, easy single on the leg side. There's absolutely no need for any kind of adventurism at this point in time because the required run rate is just around 4.4 and should be a walk in the park.
Nadeem's previous over went for 10 runs. The first one that he bowled, he picked up 2 wickets and was a maiden at that. After that 10 overs and then he was put on a break.
That's what this game is all about. It's a great leveler. You are a hero. And in 1 over it all changes.
A good pickup shot. Will just clear the infield, but will definitely give them 2. What's been the highlight of this Sri Lankan innings is those quick singles, literally playing it in the hands of the fielder and running that quick single and converting those singles into doubles.
Absolutely. You know, clearly the pressure has been on the fielders. And that's exactly is the key difference between both the teams. If you actually see the number of dot balls that Oman played vis-a-vis the number of dot balls that Sri Lanka has played, clearly Sri Lanka has done a lot better.
15 required of 22. A classic display of grit and timely attack. Bhanuka. Straight towards fine leg, will get a single there. Again, getting those singles very, very comfortably. That's a happy camp. Look at that. 29 dot balls, 37 singles, but look at the number of twos. It's 12 and 3 triples. So you're talking about 9 runs taken off triples and 24 coming off those doubles.
Definitely helped by a couple of misfields as well. But then in a ground like this, picking up almost 12 twos, that's a great effort.
They've definitely done well. The support staff keeping a keen eye on all the boys. One hand off while he was playing that shot.
Probably hit at the top end of the bat and couldn't connect it properly. Could have gone anywhere.
Yes, there was a fielder in place. Stayed away from him, luckily for Sri Lanka. Bhanuka, 31 of 18. Shamika, 23 of 24. Both of them setting up a good partnership, a required run rate of 3.90.
Interesting, you know, Bhanuka was 7 of 7 at one stage, and in the last 11 deliveries, he has completely stepped up and has played an absolute cameo to bring Sri Lanka to almost close to the doors of victory.
Again, they're not looking for hero shots right now. Just playing very, very sensibly, taking those singles and doubles. No need to be the hero, no need to try and hit those big ones.
Absolutely no need. Take responsibility and take the team home, because that's exactly what the practice games are for. You need to not only test your own bench strength, but also make sure that you get to the victory first. That should always be the priority, because it just boosts the team morale. You're here for a purpose, to get some practice games before you move to UAE, and that's exactly what Sri Lanka will be doing.
Shamika. To look at it, they're just 2 hits away. They could finish it off in 2 deliveries. Would there be rush of blood? Would there be that little intent to go and be the hero? There you go, I just spoke about it. Wanting to be that hero. He wants to finish it early, he wants to go home a little early, probably get into that ice bath. It's hot, it's dew, it's steamy, and they're sweating.
Because he was given the chance to be the hero. They gave him the chance to go for it. The ball was there for the taking. They said, fine, you want to be the hero? Go for it. He got a chance, got a 6. Absolute rocket shot.
That'll bring that over to the end. 17 gone. It's 154 for 5.
Oman scoring 159 for 8 of the 20 overs. Sri Lanka are 154 for 5 after 17. Just needing 6 runs of the last 3 overs. Ake Bilya 60, Prajapati 22, Ayan Khan 20. Lahiru picked up 2 wickets for 20. Chamika Karunarathne picked up 2 for 39. And Fernando 1 for 9. Sri Lanka, Fernando was magnificent. Really put the charge. And now these 2 batsmen, Rajapakshe and Karunaratne, taking Sri Lanka almost home, just with 1 hit away from a good victory.
154 for 5. Kalimullah will be bowling from the pavilion end. Can he stall the victory for 1 over? Stepping down, flat batted. Don't think it's timed well enough, but they'll nonetheless run 2.
Fayaz was putting in all his effort after a great bowling effort to try and see how he can stop. But then ball obviously didn't have enough legs to cross the boundary.
Chamika, last ball of that previous over, flat batted. A flat 6 towards long off. And after that shot, look at that way. He points at and says, "Oh, I've hit a 6. Don't worry, champs. I've done it."
He is proud of the shot into the ITW board.
And again, 1 hit. Wide-ish delivery. Will get a single. Kashyap Prajapati there.
The number of 2s that they have taken, are you surprised, or were you surprised they actually didn't go for the second now? Or maybe they're too tired.
Maybe they're too tired, or probably it's just that they want to go for that one big one.
Unless Chamika said, let me twirl the bat once again.
Well, yes, the twirl of the bat and then a max. Is that how it's going to end? 1 shot away, 1 hit away, 3 runs required of 16 deliveries. He's twirling the bat.
This has been a fantastic exhibition of some very sensible batting on the part of the Sri Lankan batsmen, who were a little bit under pressure after they lost a couple of quick wickets. But they have comfortably almost taken Sri Lanka home. Just 3 runs.
He's making a little change there, Kalimullah. Bringing fine leg in. And he sent the mid-wicket back to the boundary. Definitely does not want to concede a boundary. Doesn't want the game to get over and is over. But he will finish it. It's a max. There was an attempt, but futile. Kalimullah will just watch the batters congratulate each other. And that will be the end of it. Sri Lanka hit a 6 to finish it. Win the second T20 game on the soil of Oman.
How good a finish was that? Swept away. Swept away for a beautiful 6. A mighty effort in the boundary line, but then it was too much for the fielder to try and make an effort to stop. An excellent victory. Sri Lanka finally comfortably home with 5 wickets to spare. And Chamika, after the little bit of pounding that he got when he was bowling, trying to prove a point, and he did.
Well, yes, he got hit and he hit back. That's a classic sportsman that we've seen. A fantastic exhibition of sport coming in from both these teams. The team in blue, the team in red, Oman and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka winning this one by 5 wickets, winning the 2 T20 game series by 2-0. It is phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, everyone coming in numbers. Would like to thank them all. They came in on their weekend, ensuring that they come out to support every single team member. And look at that. Look at those faces. They've probably come here for the first time. Oman hosting audiences, spectator, live cricket action. This is phenomenal.
We have had a full house here, and some of my colleagues were looking for tickets, so they couldn't just manage it at all, and almost close to 3,000. And this has been a fantastic game of cricket, some great sportsman spirit, both teams fighting hard, and in the end shaking hands, and that's exactly what we look for.
Well, yes, as they say, the pieces of chess, they go back in the same box. Well, not literally here, because they'll be going in their different bio bubbles, but it's almost the same. It's all smiles, it's all happiness, all fist pumps, notes exchanged, helping each other get better. This is how the game of cricket is played. There's no malice, there's no hatred right after the game is over.
Absolutely, just a game. And would be good to know, Neil, what exactly are the key learnings that you think Oman would pick up from the last couple of games? Because now it's actually almost the business end.
Well, the opening, that requires a little bit of nurturing, probably just a little bit of stability right at the top. And then, one thing that I've realized, which is a massive positive, Oman bats really deep. Even till Kalimullah, he can come and whack those big ones. So all they need to do is ensure that they keep batting right at the top, create a platform, and then go out ballistic.
Do you also think that Dew could come into play? Because maybe from Oman's point of view, it might not be a bad option for them to look at bowling first.
Well, yes, that could be an option. A quick look at the Sri Lankan batting card. Dinesh Chandimal, 18 of 8. What a fantastic catch there by Ayan. Then came Pathum Nisanka and Sharat Salanka. Both of these guys tried to create something. Pathum scored 26 of 29. Sharat's 5 of 5. Avishka Fernando coming in with 33 of 18. Bhanuka Rajapaksa 35 of 21. Tasun Sanaka couldn't really score much. Went on a duck. But then Chamika Karuratne ensured that he finishes off in style. 35 of 26. And that's exactly what it needed. 17.5 overs to finish the game.
The bowling card, Kalimullah, 3.3 overs, 31 for 1. Bilal Khan, 3 overs, 25 runs. Fayaz Butt, 3 overs for 30, picked up a wicket. Zishan bowled his full quota of 4 overs, gave away 38 and picked up a wicket. Ayan Khan, 1 over, 13 runs. And Nadeem, 3 overs, 22 runs for 2 wickets.
So that's what it was. Sri Lanka winning handsomely, very comfortably. Went on neck to neck at one point in time, but then it was this final shot that came in from Chamika to seal the deal. Look at that intent. Went many a miles, and there was a little effort there in the outfield, but no hand could stop that. That was a maximum to finish the game in the max.
Brilliant batting. And meanwhile, a quick summary. Oman scoring 159 for 8 in the allotted 20 overs. Akib Ilyas was the top scorer with 60. And Sri Lanka in reply, comfortably home, 163 for 5 in 17.3 overs. Great gesture by the Sri Lankan team, going and thanking and waving their hands to the massive crowd and the supporters who came here, turned in good numbers to support the team, and also wishing them good luck for the World Cup.
Well, absolutely. So big thanks going out to everyone who came here, spend their time with us at this beautiful venue at the Al Emirat Cricket Stadium. Beautiful grounds, beautiful facilities, and a big massive thanks to all the spectators who turned up in numbers supporting their teams. A big thanks going out to the hosting board, the Oman Cricket Board. They've been fantastic hosts for every single team that came out here. It's been a long journey from the last month and a half. They've been hosting teams after teams, back to back they have had games, but this wicket has held up and held up beautifully. Fantastic amount of cricket being played, and a special thanks going out to the birthday boy, Mr. Khimji, Mr. Pankaj Khimji. He's been a leader, a visionary, and he's the man.
And the entire production team has put on, entire crew who have brought this game live to you. Hope you enjoyed it.
Well, that's right. And so this is it. This is it. A phenomenal game to finish this fantastic series. A big thanks from all of us here. And we wish you a brilliant good night from all of us here at the Al Emirat Cricket Stadium in Muscat in Oman. We'll see you sometime soon. But keep those cricketing spirits alive within you.
Good night.
अक्टूबर से 17 अक्टूबर के साथ अपनी सुपर विमेन इन ब्लू का कॉमनवेल्थ बैंक विमेन्स थर्ड T20I मैच वर्सेस इंडिया आज दोपहर 1 बजे से live. Co-presented by Blair Water Girl. You love it. Byju's classes with the 2-teacher advantage. And White Don't Face Cream. In association with The Funnies. Fantasy Akhada. Fantasy Sports का असली अखाड़ा. Beat Hair Removal Cream. Salon Smooth Finish at home. And World Gold Council. Your gold.
और बहुत ही ज्यादा विस्फोटक शुरुआत हुई गिलबर्ट अरबीना की तरफ से। ये राउंड की शुरुआत में उनका माउथपीस बाहर चला गया, शायद उसके बाद पूरा राउंड लगभग उन्होंने माउथपीस के बिना किया, लेकिन संभाले आखिरी में और अब प्रेशर कर रहे हैं ब्रायन बैटल।
बिल्कुल वो नी थी जिसकी वजह से वो माउथपीस उड़ के बाहर गया। और बीना का साइज थोड़ा सा ज्यादा दिख रहा है कि लंबे हैं, थोड़े ज्यादा बिल्ट है उनका, लेकिन बैटल के पास स्पीड है, बैटल के पास अग्रेशन है और जरूर इस राउंड में कमबैक करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
बिल्कुल अग्रेशन के साथ बहुत ही बढ़िया कॉम्बिनेशंस का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, लगातार 3 या 4 पंचेस लगा रहे हैं और पीछे ढकेल रहे हैं, खींच के पास पुश कर रहे हैं अरबीना को, लेकिन अब अरबीना ने भी वही किया, टेक डाउन की कोशिश, बैक बॉडी लॉक, एस्केप करने की कोशिश है यहाँ पे बैटल की, लेकिन देखना होगा कितनी सफल होती है।